Damn, what is up, my internet friends? Welcome to Walking and Talking, the show where I walk and talk. Look at this obscenity. Anyhow, it's been a while. Since I've walked and talked. I was just living regular life for a while. Just doing regular life. Not walking and talking. Not even really thinking about it all that much. Not meditating. No spiritual practice. None of that. Well, playing drums a lot, but really just regular life. And that's been fine. There's not there's no hierarchy really between doing this and just living life. And I think the reason is that I just kind of got a strong glimpse of the unnecessity of this. Or to put it, more clearly, I just watched a little bit of one of the walking, talking episodes and just felt like it was so dumb. Like it was so bad. And so that kind of discouraged me from wanting to do it for a while. But then eventually some sort of disequilibrium builds up and I start to remember the other side of that equation, to have memories of the subjective experience of making them, of making these videos. And at the same time, sort of a recognition of the equal dumbness of everything else that I could really do, But then, just doing that for a while. Just living in a way that's not public. Like you can keep your dumbness to yourself for a while. And it would be fine just to do that for the rest of my life. But then, on the same token, this is also fine. It's just fine either way. I'm not gonna, at this point, say that it's anything more than just fine. But we'll see how we feel later. I might be a little rusty here, but I'm noticing things again. Noticing a lot of different tracks that I can take at any moment. Or another way to put it is noticing all these potential tracks to be taken and also starting to feel a little bit of that distance between awareness and my conception of myself. Or another way to put that is I'm already starting to feel the inherent emptiness of the concept of my free will, or the locus of control, or what is the me here making the decisions about what to say. And it's starting to become more accurate to describe what's going on here as observation of thinking and talking, and observation of would-be selving, that is, the phenomena of selving or individuating, but that with scare quotes around it, because it's recognized as kind of artificial, if you will, as an illusion. And already, on the same token, you know, it's funny, I was going to say a different conception of time, or something like a non-linear experience of time, or maybe more accurately, the dissolution of linear time. And I mean disillusion, like the illusion of linear time clearing up. But that's kind of a paradox to say, because if something like an illusion of linear time disappears, then there is no moment at which linear time actually exists. And in the same vein, if the illusion of the self disappears, there is no location or time where, or alternate reality where even the illusion of self does exist. And now when I say that, I can detect that statement is, to some extent, a conceptual reduction that is kind of, you know, coming out of what we could call my neural pathways, or my memory, or even something like my worldview. That's sure, yeah, there's no reason to argue against that. And but even if it is, you know, coming out as kind of intellectual at the moment, I suspect that with the amount of time that we have, see, this is funny to say, the amount of time that we have, we can delve further into that and hopefully get a more a realer experience of comprehending what I'm talking about. So don't worry if you're listening and feel a little confused. That's normal. And you and I may have more in common at this moment than you might think. As in, what you might take for confusion on your part or a lack of understanding what I'm saying could in fact be actually quite similar to what my experience right now is. And that my experience right now could be called a form of sort of willful confusion or consenting confusion or something like that. So for instance, I can recognize in my memory a number of thought pathways that have been suggested in this train of thought so far. A number of side trails to branching off of the trail that we're currently on mentally, all of which seem to warrant exploration in their own right. And so I'm thinking about this kind of paradoxical notion of selfhood and absence of selfhood, and the question of if not even the illusion of selfhood actually exists anywhere, then why is there even any need to be for it to be spoken of, and how even could it be spoken of? How even can it be spoken of? How can we even speak of the notion of self if it doesn't exist, will never exist, never has existed? As if it only exists like somewhere and some time other than here and now. As if it only exists as a referent, as something that's referenced. That feels very true to me right now. Or we could call it identity. That identity only really seems to I mean, on one level we can say that it seems to exist as inherently substantial. As in, it seems like there's a me and there's a you that's a real thing that has persistence through time and spatial existence in the world, but perhaps it's relatively easy to see that that identity only exists relatively, that is, in relation to the perceived other, that is, other identities and the rest of the world. That is, we perceive there being an inherently substantial, subjective sentience, that is, ourselves. As opposed to other sentiences and other non-sentience, other subjectivities and other non-subjectivities, you know, other people or beings or inanimate objects and everything that's on some kind of gradient in between, like trees or something. And so it's probably relatively easy, I think, to recognize that sort of the phantom of the self is only in that relation. It's only in that kind of dichotomous positioning. You know, if there wasn't a perceived or conceived otherness, then there wouldn't be a perceived or conceived self. That seems fairly easy to grasp, right? That like for instance, like can you ever at any point kind of define yourself without making any reference whatsoever to something that's not yourself? Like, let's try, you know, like, I mean, a lot of these thought experiments have sort of been done already. Like trying to look for what's the essence of the self. You know, you can look for it physically, like, are you your body? And if you are your body, how is that defined? Because you could lose your arm, and then your arm would no longer be yourself, but the rest of your body would be yourself, ostensibly. Or you could go further, and let's say your head was transplanted onto another body, and seemingly we would assume that the self travels with the head to the other body, and what used to be your body would no longer be you. You know, there's all kinds of these things. Like, and if there were a brain transplant and your brain were transplanted into another body, supposedly, most people would suppose that their self travels with their brain, you know, because it's like, then it's like, you know, the identity is not your body, but it's your memories and your worldview and your thoughts, right? It's like it would be all in that all in the neurons. But then you can look at the brain and you can discover that there's no particular region of the brain that constitutes the locus of the identity. And additionally, you can go and observe that every single neuron, every single synapse is something that is only formed via interaction with the rest of the world. You know, this is purely academic here. This is purely we're just kind of going through this to get to the more meaty paradox. We're just kind of going through this to sort of like prime ourselves for the real meat of the paradox. You know, just we're coming from this sort of scientific, rationalist, materialist angle towards dispelling notions of self versus other, which is something that I imagine many of my viewers would have encountered this type of concept before. That in fact, there are some regions of the brain that are more or less continually active, or continuously active in most cases, to continuously sort of generate this illusion of selfhood, that is, to generate a distinction between what is oneself and what is not oneself. And that patients who have had damage to this region of the brain, I think it's like, you know, I think it has something to do with the superior parietal lobe, but there's probably a few other parts of the brain that are also working in consort with this. Patients that have had damage to this region of the brain could be sitting in a chair and not be able to really distinguish between what's their arm and their leg and what's the chair. Get a load of that. Now I recognize that we keep kind of going down wormholes and going down side wormholes, rabbit holes, not wormholes, you know. We're going down lots of rabbit holes here, and there are a lot of branches. Now, which one of these trails is the really cool one? The blue, I think it's the blue one. The Blue Blaze, I believe, is the scenic route. So that's what we're taking here, both physically and mentally, is the scenic route to get where we're going. There's lots of blueberries here. It's just loaded with blueberries. They're not ripe yet. I'm kind of sad that I'm not going to be around here next month. But aside from that, oh yeah, this is the scenic route. Like I'm just kind of going through a lot of trouble here to dispel the notion of self coming from kind of a conventional, rational point of view. But just to get that out of the way, and then we'll get to something actually more interesting, I think. But like, let's return to this sort of thought experiment of, you know, if we can't define ourselves physically, materialistically, we can't find any definitive selfhood via looking at our body or looking at our brain that is conceiving. We can't find it by in the objective third person world. We can't find it in the apparently solid material that we perceive. Then can we find it somewhere else, like Can we conceive of an actual subjectivity that's in relation to some other? That is, even if we let go of some notion of an inherent self, can we even find like a relative self? And it's kind of interesting to look at, you know, it could be pointed out, well, you know, here I am talking about it. Here we are talking about the notion of a relative self, or thinking about it. There's apparently a relationship between you and I going on here. Like I'm talking to you, and we're, you know, we're beings in the world thinking about things, apparently. But then again, like for me, really anything that would point to that separation, when actually looked at, turns up empty. But then again, even to kind of speak of either separation or its opposite, so any supposed unity, or non-separation or something like that. Like neither of those is maintaining itself as a meaningful conception right now. I wonder if that can be explained better. I'm a little confused here. But that's okay. We'll continue. It's as if saying anything maintains a paradoxical nature. Saying anything, nothing that can be said can really escape being part of paradox or being, completely paradoxical. But I realize that that's maybe not so self-apparent right now, and that this might be kind of confusing. There's maybe a lack of communication somehow. Which, in a way, this kind of brings me back towards the okayness of, a video like this just not existing at all. Like, it would be okay if there never were any walking and talking, but it's kind of completely moot to say, because we're just kind of imagining some alternate reality. But here we are, and this is fine too. Like, I feel a little overwhelmed by paradox and feeling unable to express it fully, maybe there's just some rustiness going on, or maybe what I could say is that I keep running into the reality that whatever's being said is kind of is only really an interpretation that is kind of optional in a way. That is, everything that I'm saying is just another framing that doesn't have any inherent purchase on the truth, including what I'm saying right now about what I'm saying as being framing. It's not only that everything I'm saying is just conditional, it's that it's also empty. And not only that it doesn't need to be said, it's kind of also that there's an impossibility of establishing any framework, conceptually or otherwise, that has any kind of validity, that has even enough validity to use as kind of a starting point. So I recognize that it does seem like there have been some trains of thought here, some lines of thought that are being followed, and perhaps, you know, these lines will be reconnected at some point. But at the moment, they're kind of leading into bewilderment. That's honestly a little bit out of my control. Or maybe I don't think anything was ever in my control. To be honest. I mean, in fact, even the notion just seems like it couldn't even possibly be meaningful. The notion of being in control doesn't even really can't even really seem to exist. Like there's just no like way of formulating a conception where it's like, you know, there's me here in control of what I'm saying, and you know, having some kind of claim on truth and explaining it to you. There's any notion of kind of you getting something from this is also kind of evaporating. And this could be thought of as kind of a process of humiliation or something. But like humiliation, if there were humiliation without such a negative connotation, humiliation as not necessarily negative or positive. I mean, actually, definitely neither negative nor positive. But just as an inevitable process of reality. Humiliation as in disintegration of anything that felt like authority or felt like being in control or felt like even having a position. Also, the disintegration of any illusion of knowledge. But I also feel like there's so much more there's so much more humiliation to be had. This is just the tip of the iceberg. There are so many blueberries here. I say there's so much more humiliation to be had, but that's not really true because there isn't really a position to begin with. There isn't really knowledge that needs to disintegrate. Maybe I can kind of describe, for lack of better words, how I feel right now, which is, maybe a little unfocused or thinking to myself that there is less continuity to my thoughts than I would prefer there to be. That is, one mental framing of this experience that did pass through my mind is one of being a little confused or a little discombobulated or a little bit scattered in a way that's indicative of a lack of focus or a lack of concentration. Like the experience of my thoughts maybe jumping around a little bit, or thoughts that seemingly unrelated to what I'm talking about coming up and occupying my mind for moments and interrupting the continuity. And that's kind of we could call that sort of like kind of a conventional framing of this, of my subjective experience, and you can probably understand that, and that would be the sort of framing that could tie into conversations around mindfulness or meditation or etc., being aware of one's thoughts and becoming aware of how out of control of one's thoughts one really is, and becoming aware of one's actual lack of concentration and so on. But alternately, I can also see this, how these supposedly distracted thoughts that I might have, that is, thoughts that seem disparate from the subject matter at hand, or that seem disparate from the train of thoughts that I'm speaking, they are actually, these supposedly distracted thoughts are actually connected, and it's just that it could be described as that the potentiality of any one moment of meditation, the potentiality of any one particular framing of experience that's existing at any particular time is kind of being explored rapidly. That is, it's the connections are being explored very rapidly. Or conception, that is, of other people or the world is occurring in relation to the things that the types of thoughts that I'm saying. And therefore, I think we can also infer that the types of things that I'm saying right now are kind of framed in relation to my conception of others and my conception of the world. I guess that seems to go without saying. But I also have a notion that the kind of mental aspect of this experience has the potential to be more kind of refracted into something that would offer more clarity. But also embedded within that notion would be the collapsing of the differentiation of different types of states, like I'm thinking about states of a state of distraction versus clarity. But paradoxically, once again, I think that what I think of as clarity would actually kind of entail what we could call a somewhat transcendent understanding of what states are or aren't. That is kind of the notion of a state of mind disintegrating. And I just want to reassure you once more that if you feel confused, then you and I have something in common right now. That if you feel kind of very confused and like you're not sure if you're following what I'm saying, then actually I'm right there with you, because I don't quite know if I'm following what I'm saying either. Like I feel a bit lost. I feel a bit in the wilderness, but I feel okay with that. And I actually kind of recognize that this kind of would-be feeling of lostness or confusion or discombobulation, it's only real insofar as there's some notion of a continuous inherent self, like clinging on, like there's some residual clinging on or grasping towards a solid feeling of who I am, of my identity. And the only lostness or confusion that can exist is only to the extent that there is that kind of striving to hold on to something, that striving to be something solid, or ostensibly to remain something solid. You know, to not disintegrate, to not lose oneself. Some kind of desire to maintain the integrity of oneself, and through various mechanisms of identification, probably with basically knowledge, with like having a mental position, having some kind of knowledge. The notion that, and they're pretty much one and the same. That is the notion of the self and the idea of knowing. Like this, like self and knowing are pretty much fused. Like there can't be any knowing without a person or something. It's some kind of entity to know. And there can't be any kind of entity without knowing. And so from one kind of, we can kind of speak of a relative let's kind of like conjure up a fairly conventional mental framing of what is going on here, while recognizing the whole time that this is not really true. And so what I'm talking about is, let's imagine that I'm making a walking and talking video, and I started the video, coming out of, being in normal life, living my normal life as a person, having a point of view, and making a video that is part of an ongoing series, which I've done many times before, and that I have a general framework for how I go about doing it, and that framework is essentially just keep on talking with no specific plan or script, and that what generally happens is a very reflective / reflexive mode of talking, and through that reflexivity, the notion of self becomes more and more permeable, and it's kind of seen as being illusory, and so on, and that what we are currently experiencing is, like the loosening of the self, and sort of an increasing like recognition of the absence of any real knowledge. And so that's kind of a framing of what's going on here, that posits, that involves linear time and an identity. And like some kind of process going on. But I don't think any of that is, it's just not really true. Like we can kind of think of it. It can be thought of. But then that's kind of like all it can be. It can only be kind of conceived. Right? Like in some kind of supposed moment. Like in some kind of supposed moment, that kind of conception of reality could be called forth, and if we could continue and kind of test how that mental model of things corresponds with the rest of what can be conceived, how it corresponds with the rest of our conception of the world, and it seems to sort of like pass the muster, or it's not directly in conflict with the other ways that we conceive of things. But and so it's kind of like seems to it work on that kind of conventional level of conceiving the world, but then it becomes recognized that what that is conceiving, and what it apparently is apparently conceiving. But if we actually just look, I don't know, maybe that's fine, I don't know, but we look, I don't know how to say it other than I don't know what to say other than there's just kind of this, but then there's not even this. Like, we could. Okay, my mind is jumping a lot of places, but let's say that let's kind of imagine this as like rationality sort of eating itself, where if we try and like take any kind of rational thinking to its end, to its logical endpoint, it kind of eats itself, or it never kind of stops pulling the rug out from under itself, to the extent that we realize there's never any rug under us. That even rationality at all, the notion that there is even anything as solid as a concept, or that there is even anything as solid as, like, some axiomatic truth upon which concepts are founded. Like, you look at any of those things and they just come up empty. If you look at any concept, and look at its constituent parts, we realize that any concept is only exists conditionally, relationally. It's only kind of composed of other concepts, and if you look at each concept that it's composed of, each one of those concepts is additionally composed of other concepts, and it never finds a ground. There's never any ground. And you can take that beneath concept to the level of percept, and then we actually realize that perceptions are empty as well, and also that even the notion of a perception is conceptually framed. Like, the notion that even that you're seeing something or feeling something rests upon conceptions of the self and the thing that you're perceiving, or like, you just try to take the solidest thing that seems most inherently real to you, and then actually really examine it. Just look for the most solidly real thing in your experience, and really test its solidity, really test its reality, and you'll find it's not really there. Like, even the notion that like, here's me sitting on a rock, and I can feel the rock, and the rock feels solid, but there's still like that completely involves a conceptual framing of the act of perceiving, of feeling, like that feeling. There's a concept there that there is an in here that's like sensing the rest of the world, in that when I put my hand on the rock, or I feel my weight against the rock, that what I feel is a basis for knowledge of the world. That there is a that there is a differentiation between the self that feels and what's not, the non-self that is felt, and then there's the feeling, the act of feeling, that bridges the two, that informs one of the other. But I feel like I want to say that actually all of that is, in a way, kind of within something larger. That although all that apparent differentiation is within something larger and all-encompassing that lacks any of that differentiation. But even that is not really true. Because, I mean, and then even if I like say look at something as seemingly real as my sensation of feeling, of my touch sensation, and look closely at the touch sensation, and try to isolate it, try to isolate, okay, that's the sensation, as opposed to my body and the rock. Say, yeah, let's, you try and direct your mind and try to isolate just sensation, as opposed to what your body is, and opposed to what the external world is, and say, okay, I know what's my body, I know what's the world, and then I know because of the sensation, and I can locate that. And so, just try that. Just try looking even just towards your touch sensation, and see if it's possible to like isolate touch sensation, as inherently existing, as having some inherent reality. But then I want to ask you if that apparent knowledge of the touch sensation can actually occur without without other types of conceptualization, like without kind of like referencing a mental, like without referencing a mental model of space, without referencing like any kind of imagination. Like really, whether your eyes are closed or open, there's always kind of some imagination going on to build a mental model of the body. And you can take that so far as the body only exists as thought, or as a mental construct. And I mean, like, nothing that I am saying suggests that our rational models of reality are mutable in a way that they're not mutable in a way that would suggest, like, you know, you could pass through a rock or something like that. Or that you might be walking and suddenly gravity won't work and you'll float up into the air. But just, yeah, I'm having trouble trying to explain. But it's like it's as if there's some kind of perpendicular direction one can go in relation to conventional modeling of reality. Like there, as if there's a direction that's like perpendicular to science, or something that is not incompatible with rationality. It's not incompatible, but it does kind of it's like like if rationality, it's like the equivalent of going into a different dimension. Like if rationality, like equating rationality to the flatlanders, so a two-dimensional world. There is a third dimension. I mean, and I'm not like, I don't know. I'm not. This sounds like kind of wackadoodle or something, but it's kind of possible to experience, like, it's kind of possible to experience the whole paradigm that rationality exists within as a paradigm. And kind of see how kind of everything has such a codependent arising that it is essentially empty. I don't know. I know this is kind of like a little scattered and a little jumbled here, so bear with me. But this is actually kind of like the work, you know, like this is kind of this kind of trying to get through confusion, this trying to sort out the confusion of reality is what's important. Even though it won't ever reach a conclusion, it won't, you know, reach some final resting spot. But it is kind of the essence of life, I think. And so I see and appreciate and resonate with your willingness to come along with me here, to bear with me in, like, whatever the hell this is. If it's an attempt to understand things or if it's not. I guess we're here together. Like, there's sort of, like I said earlier, like an attempt to kind of refract into something solid, like an attempt to gain clarity. And that seems, you know, that I'm kind of recognizing that as seemed to be like a really kind of inherent quality of being. This striving towards finitude. And improvement. Like, you know, this mental model that I'm making this video, and I'm trying to figure it out. I'm trying to gain a clear perspective on what I'm doing. And what reality is like. Trying to, you know, ostensibly sort of integrate the loose strands of my thinking and my experience in general into some sort of coherence. And to do that in a way that's communicative with you, and to have experience of dissolution of identities and separation in a way that's like, you know, coherence on a transpersonal level. Wanting to be involved in I don't know, we could say like a societal coherence, or we could even speak of something more grand than that. But these are all, you know, just kind of notions. These are all kind of notions that are just equally dependent on the feeling of limitation, the feeling of not whole enough. Not whole enough is the origin, is the starting point for being oriented towards wholeness. That we are trying to get to wholeness in one way or another. You know, before we die, we'll become whole. This idea that we can become more whole than we are now. That we're limited now and we can become whole. That we can solve all of these ways in which there's lack. We have these perceived lacks about us. Ways in which we're not good enough, not satisfied enough, incomplete, and but we might be able to get there if we try hard enough. I need to drink some water. But in a way, that's fine, you know? Because because truthfully, in all honesty, we're not going to like get a transcendent understanding that's going to relieve us from this incompleteness. It just won't happen. You're not going to meditate hard enough to where your wholeness. You become whole. It doesn't. It's. I mean, just think of it. Like if we actually just think about this clearly, it's like the notion is just totally doesn't hold water. The notion of becoming whole, as a being, like that a being or a self could become whole doesn't work. I'm gonna drink some water, and we'll talk about it more in a second. I don't know, maybe you weren't really worried about it. Maybe you weren't really thinking about it. And that's fine. Plenty of times I mean, that's what life is. It's just like enough kind of mutations on incompleteness to just kind of distract us from incompleteness as being the essence of it. Like, incompleteness is the essence of life. And so, we don't really think about it like that most of the time because incompleteness is allowed to manifest in a myriad of ways of, it's the same as time. It's the same as this feeling of time moving, of like that there's a future, this idea that there's a future. This notion that you get up in the morning and go to work or do whatever it is, and time will move along and you will move through time. The notion that, there's certain things that we have to do to stay alive and maintain our standard of living. Or not, Yeah, no, I don't know. None of this needs to be said. Everything that I can possibly say here just is incomplete. Is this incompleteness happening? But like the notion of wholeness, of like one could finally be like what? Like permanently satisfied? I mean, I don't think most people, I don't think any like mature person I don't know if any person, if they actually think about it, like entertains that delusion that we'd get to reach some plateau in life where we're like, this is it. This is happiness. And you get it temporarily, but it's always relative and it's always conditional. I mean, I don't know. You know this. You know what I'm talking about. It's only relative to its opposite. The feeling of wholeness or the feeling of satisfaction really can only exist in relation to its opposite of incompleteness or dissatisfaction. So I think it's maybe I can kind of think of maturing as the letting go of that distinction between completeness and incompleteness, between letting go of that distinction between meaning or non-meaning. Or really, I don't know. Maturing seems like letting go of any kind of distinction. I don't know. That's not really true. Like I want to, resolve the dumbness of this video. I want this video to become whole. I want this to be a whole experience for you. Like I want this to be like a good experience for you. But honestly, I don't really believe in experience. Or good and bad at all. I just don't. I just don't. And simultaneously, it's like fine to believe in good and bad. I don't know. There's not a hierarchy here, and there's not any hierarchy between hierarchy and non-hierarchy. You know what I mean? Like, it's like I understand hierarchical thinking between things that are good and bad, or valuable or relatively less valuable, and all of that. and it's fine. There's not a problem with that. I mean, there is, but it's just the same as the problem of everything, that everything is a problem. But at that point, then it's not a problem. If problematicness is universal, then it's no problem. But then, it always is, kind of. And then we kind of like try and divide and limit problematicness. That's, like when it seems like there's like specific limited problems that could be solved. I feel like that's sort of a limiting thing that we're trying to do. And it's, I guess that's natural. In this continual incompleteness. Mentally, we sort of like sculpt the inherently problematic nature of all of reality into the specific, and sort of entertain a theater for ourselves in which there are specific problems that could be solved, and then if those were solved, then reality would be more whole in some way, or we would be more whole in some way, or there would be more justice or something like that. And it's not completely wrong. In fact, it's fine, It's fine. It's not like there's some alternative, I can mentally frame, we could frame this as some kind of activity that's a supposedly transcendent way of thinking or looking at things, or an activity that's oriented towards a more holistic or more transcendent way of seeing things. And that is similarly just as it's essentially the same thing. It's kind of that would be kind of like, positing as an individual problem, like the way that, supposedly the world thinks, or positing as problematic the conventional way that most people think, or something like that, as being the problem, and we need to progress beyond that in a more enlightened way, or a next tier of understanding, or as if it were possible actually to drop illusion, and one could see objective reality more clearly. It doesn't, that's not like those notions are just as much illusion as anything that could supposedly be disillusioned. I just don't think there's any getting anywhere, or it's all getting somewhere. It's all still the getting somewhere. But I mean, just think of it, like, how could you actually arrive? How could you actually become whole as a being? Like, there's, if there, like, how can wholeness even exist on the terms that we can conceive of existing? Because any way that we can conceive or perceive or experience, like, existence, is actually via separation, is actually via incompleteness. That is, like, to any extent that we exist, that, like, I exist or you exist, or any form of awareness, however transcendent or whatever, or like however much it is like the big capital S self or whatever, to the extent that that can be said to exist, like, whatsoever, is the same is the extent to which it's, like, limited, because it depends on knowledge. Like, any sort of self, whether it be the individual or some great self or whatever, any existence that it would have is dependent on some kind of knowing, some kind of knowledge of, and it depends on something that's not it. Like, if we think of an individual human being or something, of course we understand that its existence is completely codependent on the conception of its opposite, its other. And so it's, like, necessarily limited. It's necessarily not the whole, right? And so we have some kind of notion that we'll, like, realize wholeness or something. That we have some kind of notion that we could realize wholeness or become whole in some way. That, like, maybe we could get to some oneness with everything, or the the grand, the big self, the transcendent self that is everything, or something like that. But if you think about the notion of being everything, how is that possible? Because there couldn't still be knowing, of there wouldn't be anything left to know or to be known, you know? There wouldn't even be experience left. There's no experience, there is no experience of wholeness, because there's nothing left to do the experiencing or to be experienced. You see what I'm saying? Like, the notion of experience itself is completely dependent on separateness of the experiencer and the experienced. It's like experience itself is inseparable from separation, of difference, of incompleteness. Like, in a way, it's also like, on the same token, or like the other side of that coin, is that it can be said that wholeness is all that there is. Wholeness is all that exists. But it's like, you know, that's not for any one, you know? That's not for any, like, person or being. Like, you can't have like wholeness and individuation at the same time, and they are the same in a way. They're I know this is, like, you know, totally confusing and totally discombobulated. But I guess I'm just gonna go ahead and I'm attempting to loosen up and speak a little bit more carelessly or something, because I'm just recognizing like this effort to arrive at clarity, and arrive at an answer that is completely futile, and you know, kind of observing this activity of, like, you know, thinking hard and being concentrated, and, like, you know, thinking critically, and, like, like I'm gonna get to, you know, a better notion of the truth or a better explanation of truth, and I'll be able to explain it to you better. And it's simply not going to happen. And I'm recognizing the things that I'm saying as being kind of arbitrary in a way that like there's a concerted effort to kind of explain things clearly, but I'm kind of recognizing all of this as being, you know, like kind of like trying to slice soup with a knife, you know. If the soup is reality and the knife is my thought, then it's like, you know, it doesn't matter which way you slice it. And so we could kind of loosen up a little and just, you know, I can loosen my tongue a little, because it doesn't really matter. We're not getting anywhere, and that's fine. This is just kind of happening. There's still some level of humiliation that this won't ever be good enough. That I can't say or do anything that saves me, that, you know, makes that I can't say or do anything that really makes me into whatever ideal of a human that I might have. I mean, that might exist as some kind of like guiding thing, but it is ultimately empty. That any sort of virtue that I might strive towards empties itself out once you look at it. Once you look at what I'm thinking of as being good. It's kind of like I almost kind of want to say that, like, the bad has a finitude to it, and that it can be kind of defined, and once it's defined, it's not really real or alive anymore. But that the good doesn't really have this finitude, because, you know, if you strive towards the good, and you know, any kind of good, whether this be like ethical goodness or even like a selfish goodness or something, like you strive towards it and you never quite arrive at it. You never quite arrive at the experience of like, okay, this is goodness. Like now I am good or something. It's always a horizon. It's a continually vanishing horizon. But that, you know, the badness, the unwantedness, or evil, if you will, doesn't quite have that vanishing horizon quality to it. because it can actually kind of be seemingly reduced and identified. And this is weird to say. Because this is kind of, this could be interpreted as an optimistic statement that that the good has the qualities of life and of continuation, even though it can't ever quite be grasped. It always escapes, like the good is continuously escapes us. But that the bad is always kind of sort of recognizable. Which for me is like maybe why it always seems so much easier for me to identify what I would want in negative terms. That is, by identifying what I don't want. And it's easier to talk about what's bad than it is to talk about what's good, I think. I don't know. That's not really true. Do you know what I'm saying, though? Like, I don't think, I just don't think that in this video or in any other moment in life will I or you or any of us be like, okay, I figured out what's good. I figured out, what goodness ultimately is. Like, I figured it all out. But we might be able to say, oh, this thing isn't good. But let's like, it's actually probably a little better to think about this in terms of like what's real or not. Or what's true or not, Or, well, I don't know. Or beauty, You can say what's not true, and you can say what's not beautiful, but you can't exactly say what's true and what's beautiful. I mean, I passed somebody walking earlier and I said, beautiful day. And he agreed. But if, where is that beautiful day to be on what are we agreeing on? How do you demarcate what the day is? What makes it beautiful? Which aspects of it? What would change about it to make it not beautiful? And where is it beautiful as opposed to not? Is it beautiful here? Would it still be beautiful in the city? Obviously, it's probably not beautiful in every single place in the world at the same time. I don't know. This is pointless. I guess I can say that, I don't know, this environment that I'm in is beautiful. It's a really ideal temperature in that it's, I don't know what to say. Like, there's nothing wrong, really. There's nothing wrong here, but there's still not wholeness or completeness as an experience. There's no experience of wholeness or completeness. And there's no illusion that I could get there. But then it's so funny because I seem to keep noticing the aspect of this activity that seems to feel like it's moving, that there's time, that there's a past, present, and future of this, or something like that. That what I'm saying could reach, could be better, could get more true or beautiful or good. That my experience and your experience could get better or more true or more beautiful. That is, like I feel aware of the incompleteness that's present here. Here's a wild serviceberry. How about that? Is it? I believe that's a wild serviceberry. Well, how about that? Or like I could get to security. That's kind of another way of positing what I think I want, or probably what you would want too. Some feeling of security. Like, say for instance, like some kind of like accordance between the conception of self and the conception of the world, to where, or some alignment where it's felt that what the self is in proper alignment with what the world is, such that the self is secure in the world. And there's metrics of self-evaluation that I guess those are created by the conception of the world, and the self as being calibrated well for continued existence and perhaps even proliferation in the world. That is the self expanding to be more and more of the world. That's even one way of maybe conceiving of success, is like success posited as the self expanding to be the world. As in, one could become so materially influential and of such means that, like ownership is extension of the self into the world. And so, like, something like becoming affluent I think that sort of corresponds with, like, meaning that the expansive boundaries of my selfhood as constituted by what I own in the world, and relating to my sphere of influence, is generally agreed upon by many other subjectivities. So let me clarify that for a moment. Like, I think we all can agree that money is sort of a collective concept. Money only has existence or value to the extent that multiple people agree on its existence and its value. And so it kind of like is sort of this collective agreement on about ownership and power. And so if a person is rich, then it means that multiple subjectivities agree on their that person's, like, sphere of influence or whatever, and share to some extent a conception of what value is and what money is. Sharing a conception of what money means. And so if, like, a person's wealth is, like, recognized, that's as if, like, their selfhood could be thought of as, like, successful to the extent that it's expanded into the world in the form of ownership that's recognized by other subjectivities. And it's the same with, like, fame. Like how many people recognize your selfhood. How many other subjectivities is your apparently objective existence a part of individuating? Like, to what extent are people modeling themselves after Tom Cruise or Jennifer Aniston? or not even modeling themselves after, but for how many people are these apparent selves part of kind of like the web of interrelation that creates identity? To what extent do how many people form their own identity to some extent in relation to Tom Cruise or whoever? Regardless of how antagonistic or charitable that relation might be. But then again, it's like these conceptions of success are dependent on, we could say intersubjective conceptions of what is valuable, or what is substantial. But ultimately, we do recognize that these intersubjective conceptions are themselves unstable. Which we can see, in cultural trends, in how the heroes of yore become the villains of today, how statues are toppled or surrounded by a big wooden box. How conceptions of the, even largely shared intersubjective conceptions of the good, the true, and the beautiful, or of value, change drastically over time. Like how many statues of Christopher Columbus have been, upended or surrounded by the wooden box. To what extent is anybody deemed successful without also being deemed a pariah in some way? Everybody's humanness, comes to bear. By which I mean everybody's incompleteness shows up. That every person really, is constituted by the world. becomes apparent. And maybe we are all on some kind of quest to defy that reality, to establish ourselves as having an independent, inherent substance to ourselves that defies the world, that defies the conditions that create us, defies the conditions that, you know, lead to our manifestation as who we are. We're on a quest to realize some kind of independent locus of control. And that's, you know, that's kind of a pretty that's probably an excellent explanatory concept of what I'm doing, of what walking and talking is, you know, or of what sitting and smiling is. It's like this attempt to like escape utility, but further, it's like, it's not just about utility. It's like to try and escape trying to like, you know, escape the fact that anything that I would be is just completely constituted by the rest of the world. That, you know, this attempt to separate oneself from the sort of obvious playing out of cause and effect in the world. That, you know, I want to somehow not be just the product of my upbringing and my environment and history and the interrelations of the world, because that seems kind of so not that it necessarily seems mundane, but just that doesn't cast any like great image of me, you know. That doesn't lend any importance to me. To look at the interconnectedness of myself to every single thing I've ever interacted with, and by extension, the entire world, because everything is so interrelated all the time. And so, you know, that like, it's like this activity of walking and talking, you know, could be seen as an attempt to isolate subjectivity from the spheres of influence, you know, to get to the real me, to let the real me shine, to let the real me, you know, think at a remove from the dictates of polite society, to think and be at a remove from that which would be determining factors of how I behave and how I manifest in the world. That's just one kind of like potential analysis of the psychology that could cause one to make a series of videos like this. But then, of course, it's like that notion is so false, you know. Like there's no getting away from the world. There's no remove from anything. There's nothing here that has any kind of inherent like originality, you know. The idea of originality is empty, because nothing is original. There's no origin. And furthermore, even this this propensity towards some ostensible originality or individuality or independence is also, you know, a complete, you know, kind of like could also be seen as a totally culturally dependent, a totally enculturated perspective, a totally enculturated desire. Like I could be seen actually as just kind of, I don't know, in a way being kind of exemplary of my culture, being of this being, you know, a total cultural manifestation, you know, just completely influenced. You know, the sort of like impracticality of the length of these videos, their the difficulty of them, to whatever extent they're non-commercial, or to whatever extent they might appear to be positioned counter towards economic or cultural currents, to whatever extent they might appear to be positioned counter to conventional utility. It's like that in itself, I think, could be viewed as a manifestation of the enculturated need to demonstrate individuality, independence, originality, that sort of thing. making a display, you know, because this is very much public. And this could be interpreted as a selfhood, making the attempt towards immortality, or making the attempt towards aggrandizement. I mean, without any illusion of those ultimately existing. But it's just to say that this is really kind of a normal occurrence. This is like a normal thing to expect. And you know, it might be tempting to be like, well, how can we escape this? You know, how can we? I think that's kind of like the normal impulse is like, say we recognize, you know, some driving force that we thought of as us. And then we recognize that it's not really originating in us as individuals, but like, you know, have this sort of like humbling experience of how that aspect is enculturated, or just more generally is something arising that's just part of the world. That's just, you know, things just happening. It's not like us exactly. And then, you know, maybe this thought occurs, well, okay, then what is me? Then if that's not the real me, then where's the real me? Because if that's, you know, just conditioning or something, then how can we go against that? And so, you know, you could ostensibly make some kind of conscious decision, but then it's not really different, because you can't make a conscious decision that has any independent substance. You know, there just isn't the locus of control, that there isn't the locus of I that can really escape conditioning. It's all relative. I guess, like, one could talk about awareness. One could posit some, awareness that is more, that has more primacy than our conditioned behavior. One could talk about, like the big I that is the witness that is beyond, the conditional, is beyond the temporal, that is the thing that witnesses the small self, the personal self. But and then, the idea of like, okay, then how do we sort of ascent towards that big I, that big self? And, somehow stay more connected to it, as opposed to this more finite, limited, individualistic, conditioned response way of existing in the world, etc. But I don't know if that dichotomy is, if that dichotomy may not have really inherent truth to it either, because, like, here's this question, like, is this supposed awareness, does that have like inherent existence apart from our conception of it that we learned of from somewhere else, from the outside? Because I don't think so. It's like it's not like there's some, I just don't think that there's some like objective I here that has some option of seeing things more objectively than some other way. It's like absolutely anything occurring here in the, phenomenal world, or any other world for that matter, is completely codependent. I can easily recognize every thought that I'm having as being completely influenced by something that I heard or read somewhere else, and it being at the very best, at the very most noble, just a synthesis of those thoughts from outside. But even this whole framework, and even the whole framework in which I'm talking about all of this stuff, doesn't have any inherent originality. Or any claim to truth. It's just nothing. There's just no getting a hold on anything. There's no getting a grip on anything. Even I even have like in my mind, there's a conception that I have about what would be good for this video, or what would be a good experience to have, and it falling somewhere along the lines of a total dissolution of self and a corresponding feeling of opening up, of openness, what one could talk of as love or something like that. And yeah, now I'm kind of recognizing that framing of things as being an integral aspect of how I'm doing all of this. But then, you know, simultaneously recognizing the sort of emptiness of that, and the way that even that conception of a good experience, or, you know, an open experience or something like that, is actually sort of like it's kind of like it is actually stratifying this experience into some kind of hierarchy. That's kind of like the concept that is framing this experience as being not good enough somehow, or framing it as incomplete. And that's the sort of thing that like could potentially give me the sort of idea that maybe there's a better version of this video possible, that I could stop it and go home and try again the next day and it would be better somehow, or you know. But I guess there's certainly, we could talk about emotional valence, but then I think you probably know just as well as I do that emotional valence isn't really a good indicator of the value of anything. Like, you know, this could be we've done plenty of walking and talking episodes that have been felt like you know, ordeals, but that, you know, have then kind of retrospectively turned out to be apparently enormously meaningful experiences. And then, you know, also plenty of walking and talkings that have been, you know, generally of a positive emotional valence, we could say. And very many times of experience, you know, that we could classify as transcendent spiritual experiences or something like that. You know, great opening up experiences, dissolution of boundaries, and so on. Opening up onto deeply positive emotional valences. But then, you could look back and they on the same token could be considered a type of mania or delusion or it's all passing. So emotional valence is not a we can't like hang on to that. Like I would maybe, if I were to try and sort of describe my emotional tone now, it might feel like kind of like a sort of ongoing low level dissatisfaction with what's going on. But then I can describe it that way, and then I can also kind of be accepting of even that, accepting of sort of like a low level, very very mundane sort of I don't know, what's the word, ennui, just sort of like a boring level of incompleteness, an undramatic, unremarkable instantiation of just the like mundane level of dissatisfaction, and just going on for a while, and then being like, all right, let's say yes to that. But I guess in that attitude, that I guess that's kind of positing the opposite of being like, I guess that is a positive framing, saying yes to sort of long low level dissatisfaction. I mean, and like saying yes to like an absence of drama, to like those, like a day that's not like, I don't know, like if you're like me, maybe you look back at your life, and there might be like dramatic experiences. There could be dramatically negative experiences, but I'm gonna guess that those dramatically negative or difficult experiences, or even harrowing experiences, or even traumatic experiences, like play more into your own meaning making than, say, the like kind of, yeah, your meaning making and your identity making, what seems meaningful to you and what are the aspects of yourself that you value. I'm sort of guessing that some of those like very dramatically difficult or negative experiences might play a larger part in that than say like just sort of undramatic, mundane, long-running states of dissatisfaction. But I could be kind of wrong about that, because I don't know. I kind of think about long-lasting pursuits. A job or a career or some creative pursuit that just involves so much time just spent in a way that's not any glorious kind of struggle. It's just a mundane kind of like doing lots of insignificant work, or just like, you know, existing in a state that doesn't really fit into any of our collective narratives. You know, states that wouldn't be included in any kind of movie. At least not for very long. States that no novelist would really write about in any depth. Just, you know, the regular shit. Just the regular being alive. That's like, you know, not particularly dramatic, or doesn't actually align with like our collective narratives of what drama is, and our collective narratives of what's meaningful and what makes meaningful, and what catalyzes identity. There's a bird bathing. That's cute. So yeah, I just feel interested at the moment at like recognizing those kind of states, or that kind of instantiation of being, and like saying yes to that. And I mean, one of the interesting things about that is that it's the reason it maybe part of the reason that it seems so dissatisfying or something like that is that it is because it doesn't align with our narratives of struggle. That the absence of some dramatic struggle in life that has like a specific object, a recognizable object, means we're not significant in some way, or that we're less significant than we could be. And so we need to, you know, we need to align ourselves with a form of struggle, and usually in which we're a protagonist, and, you know, being a victim is like quite often the route to doing that, being a victim, is the way to narrativize ourselves into a struggle that's meaningful and kind of like assert our identity and you know, as a vehicle for individuation against what might just be our totally unremarkable interconnection with the world. Because the interconnection with the world, when you look at it, is so comprehensive that it is completely unremarkable. Like the unity or the wholeness, you know, is just so it's so pervasive. It's so everything. It's so completely everything already that there's no struggle to get to it. It's already this. It's already what you are. And in some way that's so sort of undramatic that it's like we need to theatricize life into a meaning-making struggle. You know? Very often, you know, a struggle of the self against some other. We need to identify some other in order to identify the self, so that there is some struggle somewhere to get. We're making our limitation. I don't know. We're accentuating our limitedness in order to sort of shape the contour of reality into something with an apparent linearity, past, present, and future, good and bad, true and untrue, etc. Beautiful or not. Where the hell am I? Where's the trail? I think I'm about to get lost. But you know, it's of course that I'm like totally projecting here. I am completely interpreting and projecting. And maybe I'm just kind of trying to explain away why it is that this video that this representation that I'm presenting to you is kind of so unremarkable. It's pretty unremarkable, this. It feels like it to me. This video. Alright, here's the blazes. Which way are they going? And now, which one did I come from? Okay, I didn't go this way yet, I don't think. Or did I? You know, I'm so focused on talking, I don't know where I'm going. But I do really gotta take a whiz, so I'm gonna just, you know, set you down in a unremarkable view. I really do not know what I'm doing. It's like I markedly do not know what I'm doing. It's like every time that like I keep becoming aware of frameworks that I seem to be operating on unconsciously. And then as soon as I become aware that I'm operating like based upon a certain framework, then I look at the framework and realize it's kind of, it doesn't, there's no reason for it, or that it's empty. And then I'm a little bit in the woods, so to speak. Oh, there's what is that, coyote? Or I'm guessing that's coyote poop right there. Unless it's owl. But I think that's some coyote. Some critter got eaten. Where in blue blazes am I going? That's just a little trail humor for you American hikers. Just a little AT humor for you. Like, for instance, the whole like conceiving of something like an opening up experience, or the conceiving of something like an absence of selfhood. Being a conceptual framework that is you know, a driving force, or like a force present behind the sorts of things that I'm saying. But then I kind of realized that as a framework isn't necessary, isn't important, doesn't really hold any meaning. that and I'm also recognizing that there's a constant sort of gravity here towards like figuring out why I'm doing this. And I think that's kind of futile. Like to reconcile it with some other conceptual framework. I keep saying that a lot, don't I? To reconcile it with some understanding of what the world is like, and therefore how I should be within it, and possibly even extending that to some sort of notion of, you know, maybe how you should be in the world. Can you believe this place? I just want everything. I want, you know, it's kind of insane. It's really kind of insane to recognize everything that I want, which is like, simultaneous, widespread recognition and fame for, you know, some kind of like integrity, some kind of like, very like, you know, personal, unflinching integrity against the evil currents of selfish desire in the world. Here's another nice service berry. You know, I see these planted all the time, and they're delicious berries. But it's pretty wonderful to see some in the wild. All right, where's the blaze? Where in blue blazes? Hello. Where in blue blazes am I going? And so it's just like normal life, or what I'm positing as normal life, you know, just kind of hanging out with friends, and, you know, doing like normal work. Doing things and stuff. Becomes like a kind of respite. Is it a respite? I don't know. It's more just like, that's more just kind of like a, maybe a way one can respond to the continual reminder that comes from a sort of practice like what I'm doing. The reminder of the futility of it, so you could say. And then you're like, you know, wow, I really feel like I can actually just be pretty content just doing normal stuff, not doing famous stuff. But I don't know, here I am doing the more relatively famous thing. Not the most. Coming back from regular life, now, you know, it's just having reestablished myself as like a regular guy. Now I can return with increased authenticity. Here now, walking and talking now with added authenticity. Just a regular guy walking and talking. How about that? A verified regular guy. As evidenced by cracking a cold one with the boys. Is that how it goes? Cracking a cold one with the boys? Am I saying that correctly? And other such regular activities. Such as gutting and eating a roadkill deer and inflating and deflating its lungs. You know, just regular guy stuff. This is just a regular video. It's just long. It's just a long amount of regularness. No real struggle, just a long amount of regular, just kind of regular dissatisfaction. It's like self-defamation. Defamation as in, I don't know. Just trying to, you know, counter what I might be famous for, or relatively famous for, and you know, I know this is bullshit, but it's more like I want to defame fame itself. Or maybe it's okay. Maybe fame is okay. Demystify fame. Now here I am calling myself famous. I don't know, it's like a YouTube video replacement. This video is really more to like kind of replace media. It's more to like, you know, it's like to replace the stuff that you might otherwise be attracted to. I think I appreciate that sort of thing. It's like something that's like a step closer to nothing. Like this video is, you know, pretty close to being nothing. It's kind of like a proxy for nothing. Because I can recognize in myself when I go to indulge in some kind of media, you know, probably I'm looking for some kind of intellectual stimulation, some sort of way to sculpt the contour of my understanding of the world, and I'm looking for a tasty way to sculpt it, something tasty, which means it interfaces somewhat with my worldview as it exists already, but then, you know, puts a little twist on it, or challenges it just a little bit, so that there's a little bit of meat in there. And then, but I kind of know, at least subconsciously, when I do that, that it's not like I'm arriving at any higher or better truth. I kind of know that it's still all kind of a game of differing interpretations. It's that, you know, it's just sort of a part of the game of selfing playing itself out. But then, you know, but like sort of like on top of that, I sort of like lets this theater be that, oh, I'll learn something from this, or I'll, you know, I'll gain a slightly more intelligent or enlightened viewpoint from consuming this. And so, but like, you know, sometimes, you know, I'm a little ashamed of that, or it's like the theater is a little too cheesy, or just like, you know, I'm just like in a mood where I can't play the game, or I'm not like, you know, I'm tired of holding up the delusion of learning. And so like or let me put this better, that none of the media that I might encounter is the right ratio of like theater to nothing. That I want something that's closer to nothing, but everything is more theater. That is, everything is more, is like higher on the delusion factor than I want it to be, and that I'm just like, you know, not in a mood to entertain the delusion, which I often am, but. And so, like something like this, something along the lines of this sort of video, I think is nice to have around, because it's just like a little something to like, it would be just something to like take me away from my just like, you know, isolated feeling self or whatever at the moment, or whatever form of dissatisfaction I might have. And yet is hopefully just kind of like continually like reminding me of emptiness, and not, you know, sweeping me into various delusions without any grains of salt, or without enough grains of salt. Like something that I could watch or listen to that I kind of know isn't gonna like take me somewhere or like improve me in some way, but that, I don't know, we could say like is an aid towards being with myself or something like that, or is like kind of like companionship in pointlessness, or companionship in emptiness. That's maybe a good way to think of it. Like that I'm not going to sit here and tell you that anything that I've said is like true in any way, really. Or even that it's like more important than the way that you would otherwise operate in the world. I'm not going to make any, you know, claims that having stuff sorted out But I'm kind of hoping that, you know, maybe there's maybe this interacts with your subjectivity in that spicy kind of way, in that meaty kind of way, or gristle or roughage, you know. It takes some work, you know. It's not sugar coated with much charisma, if you ask me. Because, you know, that's something I have a limited capacity for charisma. It's like, you know, I can enjoy it sometimes, but at the same time I like know that I'm kind of being poisoned. Because I feel like charisma and then kind of like selling you a worldview go hand in hand. And it's usually not a worldview that's gonna, you know, make you any happier. I don't know, like there might be exceptions. I could be totally wrong about this, but you know, I guess that's what I already spelled out. That I'm probably more or less wrong about everything. But yet, yeah, here we are. We've made it this far together. And I'm on the less rocky path back. I mean, I know it's been a lot of wandering, a lot of meandering. Here today, but it seems like what's maybe pertinent to point out at this moment, or like the only thing that kind of sticks out as salient, is I feel pretty good. Like maybe, you know, just a sort of obvious thing. It's a fucking nice ass day, and I'm in a just ridiculously beautiful place. What the fuck? This is just like stupid beautiful. There's fucking blueberries and I guess like huckleberries and, you know, other of these blueberry family plants all over the place. Sassafras. What's that? A witch hazel? I might be wrong. I'm rusty on all the plant things. It's the perfect temperature. You got a vista. I have a pretense for doing this. But you know, I'm doing work. I'm doing my work. You know, this sort of day that makes you wonder why do I do anything else? What more would I want than this? Look at these. Is this mountain laurel? Give me a break. This is, you know, this is ridiculous. Look at these things. Give me a fucking break. I think you know, it's been a little while and I guess I am a little rusty, but I'll get back into it. You know, this is intersubjectively beautiful. Oh my fucking god, and I see a green snake. This makes my goddamn day. Do you know how long it's been since I've seen a green snake in the wild? Just hold your horses and I'm going to show you the cutest fucking snake you have ever seen. Hold on. I cannot fucking believe it. This makes the whole fucking day. A green snake. Just hold on and I'm gonna try to get close to it before I scare it away. And it's on a fucking branch. Check this out. These snakes are fucking adorable. Look at that. Oh my god. What a beauty. I had one of these as a pet when I was a kid. And I've only seen it in the wild one other time. And that was like, I don't know, probably like 8 years ago. Look at that guy. Holy shit. So elegant. Oh, he's on to us now. Do you want to let me hold you? Maybe I don't know. Woo! Sorry. Okay. I'll leave you alone. I'll stop being a jerk. Damn. That makes my goddamn day. Hold on, I hear humans. I hear some regular people. So we'll hide for a moment. You hear them. I hear the normies. aka myself, in like half an hour. In what time is it? In 28 minutes, I'll become a normie myself. Sorry.
That's okay. That's okay. You're okay.
Wild hikers.
Yeah. We haven't seen anybody in so long.
Oh yeah, not too many people out today.
Is it a good view here?
It's great.
Oh, cool. Thank you.
See, I'm a regular guy. I'm a normal guy. You don't need to worry. Do not worry that there's any kind of aberration in the world. You don't have to worry that exists anyone who is abnormal. Don't be concerned that there's, might be someone out there that sticks out from the dictates of polite society. If there's a problem or something lacking in this video, it may be like some amount of distance between my thought process and what I'm saying, as opposed to maybe a possibility of those two things being more integrated. That is more absorption, or the lens of my apparent self refracting clearly into some kind of focal point, focusing in on your subjectivity, full mind meld. But don't you worry, we'll get there someday. And if we don't, it's okay. It doesn't really matter. we're still going. It's like, yeah, it's funny. It's like, I started saying kind of like affirmative, positive things. You know, a little bit of, sort of release or something, like a mild, emotional respite, emotional intellectual respite of, you know, just like remarking on, you know, a beautiful day. And then like, you know, I kind of automatically gravitate towards a sort of finitude after that. Like, okay, I've done it, but we still have some time here. We still have 21 minutes together in which to kind of not know what the hell we're doing. So yeah, I don't know. We can't necessarily count upon a gratifying emotional arc to the story. Can't really count upon having some kind of meaning-making narrative arc, really. I mean, like, possibly what'll happen is we'll get to the last few minutes and I'll say something that I don't know, in some way might seem to encapsulate the preceding 4 hours or something like that, or might seemingly encapsulate the spirit in which you and I are engaging in this endeavor of mediation. And it might be reflective of the ensuing relief from talking, whereupon my processes of individuation can run rampant without scrutiny once again, and so will yours. An end to the scrutiny is what you and I have to look forward to at the end of this video. You know, a temporary relief, because I don't know, if you're like me, then you'll find yourself eventually coming back. Hello. Yeah, this is it's so strange, you know. It's that I appear to you on video, and everybody seems to point to like this accumulation of time of like, how do you have time for this, or why are you spending your life like this? And then there's like, you know, when I'm not on making a fucking YouTube video, it just doesn't appear to you. So, I don't know, some commenters seem kind of naive or something to the fact that there is time that passes that exists outside of YouTube. When someone, you know, says like, how much, you know, how do you have this much time, or why would you spend your life this way? It's ridiculous. Like I probably spend way less time than many of the more famous YouTubers and less famous ones on this channel. You know, it's just like I film a long duration of time and then I don't edit it. And then I, you know, do my regular guy stuff in between. There's just not, you know, there's just nothing here. So it's, I mean, I'm still just like, having the experience of expending effort to keep talking in the absence of, you know, any reason that I'm conscious of really for talking other than this notion of a serial of a series, you know, just like this notion that I'll go 4 hours talking more or less continuously, repeatedly. That's kind of the only thing that is encouraging me to continue talking right now. It's pretty, and it's like maybe I am actually still kind of battling certain ideas of worth for these videos, and battling conceptions of meaning making that come from I guess, memories of prior episodes of walking and talking, and I'm like holding them in my mind as being meaningful experiences, or being better in some way than this experience. And we could say it's kind of interesting for me to state that out loud, because then by stating that does kind of redirect my attention onto this experience in a way that's like less fettered by comparison. And as I do that, I also notice this action of talking to happen also more unfettered by any kind of judgment. And now, and like at this moment, at this very moment, this brings about a comparison between this instant and the way that I'm conceiving the like past of this video. And I'm like conceiving the past of this video as kind of orbiting around or hinging upon what I'm thinking of as like, what I'm sort of thinking of as like more grandiose ideas, or more grandiose like self-conception, or more grandiose framing of the activity that I'm doing, even in all its apparently self-effacing maneuvers. But then again, I can also kind of see that as an action that maybe, I don't know, maybe serves to stabilize me in the present, or stabilize my conception of the present experience. And it does feel relatively stabilized, just emotionally speaking. I don't feel any like it seems more free of dissatisfaction, I guess, or the kind of movement, the let's just say that like the incompleteness of it is experienced in a more accepting way or something than it actually was before. But then I'm still kind of like dichotomizing like the present versus the past, which I know isn't quite right to do. But I am kind of sensing a slightly different orientation towards time, and I wonder if you're feeling that as well. Just like a sort of like flattening out or weakening of like the emotional push and pull of the words and the ideas and aspects of identity that might be attached or not attached to them. It's like there's a little bit more of, we could almost kind of call it objective quality to the speaking, whereas in that like the sort of like salient characteristic of this experience seems more like witnessing or something like that. Less identification going on. And that's it is relieving, I guess. But it's like it's like being relieved from self, but it's at the same, like, to the extent that it is like relaxing of self, but to the extent that it is that it's like there's no one that's relaxed. Wow, it's like it's almost kind of funny, like that it feels like actually like remembering the natural order of things. I that's not really, that could be misinterpreted, but it's like as if this kind of feels like remembering just like the normal way that things always are. Like kind of like waking up, but not in any dramatic way at all. Not so much like waking up to anything that wasn't there before, just like a chillaxing of ostensibly unnecessary stirrings of reality into individuated knots. Untying the knots. Just more and more, just things are all right without drama. Things are just like more and more okay without having to pit a self against an other, and not having to like create the other either so strongly. Just chillaxing. So we're in the last 5 minutes of the video, and this is pretty weird. And if I think about it that way, it is pretty fucking weird. For this kind of video to exist, and I don't know. Like it's so hard, and but just so nothing at the same time. And like as soon as it's over, I think, my I'm still kind of like, I oscillate, between the unimportance of doing this, the insignificance of doing this, and then just the endlessness of it, the the apparent kind of necessity to keep going and apparently like get deeper into it or something. Make more of it. Keep going further. So, it'll end and I'm still kind of in that same place where it's like I could just drop it at any time and go do something else, and that would be fine. Or I could just, keep going, and that's also fine. There's like, the desire to get deeper into it or something, with a simultaneous knowledge that you don't like really get up deeper in any objective kind of way, but maybe as perceived by the outside or something. Because like I play drums too, I play percussion, and in practicing that I'm always, completely aware of my limitations and aware of the, incompleteness of and the gap between how I sound and how I'd like to sound. And always kind of aware of like the sort of like equalizing of work put in versus joy obtained or something like that. But then when the sort of process or results of that practice like get heard by somebody else hears it maybe for the first time or for the first time in a while or something like that, there's from their point of view there's maybe I could be seen as being deep in it or something like that. Or like I don't know, like the way that like sitting and smiling is sensational or sensationalized, or people see it and are surprised. It's just like, if you could be in my subjectivity, then you wouldn't be surprised, of course. And you wouldn't like, you wouldn't see my position as being either crazy or like especially desirable or undesirable. Like, it's like just not dramatic. It's just kind of one different shaping of the way life is that is fundamentally pretty much the same that your life is. So there's not really like any need for judgment, positive or negative. And I guess, we can try and extend that same sort of relation to anyone we encounter in the world. You encounter somebody and you're like, that person is a fucking asshole. And to some, to some extent, that's a valid perspective. Like, you know, in your encounter with someone, they may manifest relationally to you as an asshole, or they may even manifest intersubjectively as an asshole. That is, you know, society generally agrees that some person is an asshole, or some person has behaved unethically, or so on and so forth. But it always goes that if one could actually fully inhabit their subjectivity, one would understand the ways in which they are a part of the world, and in which, you know, just like the phenomena of the world have manifested in such a way to produce that person and their behavior. And one is never totally disconnected from those forces. And, you know, that sort of perspective getting can always engender empathy, but also empathy as being kind of like the beginnings of loosening up, like relaxation of selving and othering in a way that feels great. And what I'm saying has nothing to do with condoning or not condoning particular behavior, but it might have implications for how we would treat such a person, or how we would respond towards some behavior that we don't want there to be more of in the world. Perhaps we could have a more holistic response towards undesired phenomena. So I guess just, you know, what I'm thinking of specifically is in areas of society like criminal justice. Like, you know, are we just punishing with the idea that we will obtain a sort of like punitive justice? Or are we rehabilitating? And then, you know, also importantly, are we addressing the worldly conditions that lead towards that behavior, etc., etc.? And are we recognizing our own involvement in those conditions, etc., 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 etc.? But, you know, I really digress here. Really digress. Which is fun because we've, you know, without really thinking about it, we've gone over the mark. We've surpassed. It's quitting time. It is quitting time. So yeah, I guess thank you for hanging with me. I will say that I hope you feel good. I feel pretty good. I feel pretty, I don't know, normal, and I don't know, like chillaxed, as if chillaxed is just the normal way to be. Oddly enough. But lest I say more, I can stop making a mess of things. And for now, just say bye.